Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a very special live reading session. Today, we're going to be doing a live love reading on the channel. And then after that, I'm going to open it up for live readings. I am offering free live readings. If you're interested in that, all you need to do is click the description box and sign up at the link that is there, and we'll do your reading after the general reading. If you are a member of my channel, then you can also get your free readings during this session. Just let me know. And if you're watching in the recorded version and you'd still like to get a reading with me, you absolutely can. I do offer personal readings, and the link for that is in the description box below. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and let's get started. Let's hop into the general reading, and then I will chat with you guys for your live readings. All righty, so most important messages in love, please. How is your person currently thinking and feeling about you? How are they currently feeling about their relationship with you? How do they feel about your connection? Let's cut the deck here. All right, guys. So, in your person's current overall energy towards you, we have the Three of Pentacles. Hey, Janisha, welcome. We have the Three of Pentacles. So, I really like this. This person is thinking about what it would take for this relationship to move forward. Okay. They're trying to figure out the practical side of things. So, they've already established that they like you, they love you, they're interested in you, they want to be with you. That's already established, okay? That's very obvious to them, and you probably know that and you probably feel that. But what they're trying to figure out is, how does this actually look moving forward, and what does it actually take to make this happen? That's what they're trying to figure out right now. More of like the practical side. What are they going to have to do? How long this is going to take? How much effort is this going to take? Those types of things. That's what this person is trying to figure out about you and your connection right now. The way that they're currently thinking about you is the Three of Cups. Yeah. This person feels like you are more than just a romantic interest to them. They feel like you guys have a really good connection. You guys are good friends. They feel like life would be very fun and exciting with you. Okay. That is one reason why this person is thinking about the future, because this is going to sound bad, but they can like actually tolerate you. I feel like there are a lot of women that maybe this person has dated in the past or whatever, that they're like, they could never see a future with that person. They're like, yeah, this person's cool to hang out with right now, but they're not someone that I can see myself being with, for years and years into the future. That's very different with you. This person feels like you guys will grow in your friendship. You guys will grow in your love. You guys will have lots of good times together, fun times together. Like, it's not just going to be like serious, and, you know, they feel like you guys will have your time to laugh. You guys will have your time to have fun. And that's what makes this person want to actually invest in a future with you. The way they feel about you is the Fool. Yeah. They really enjoy your like non pressure relationship. Like, I really get the feeling like with you, this person can like relax and be themselves. They don't have to pretend like they're someone that they're not. They don't have to pretend or like not that they don't want to impress you, but they don't feel like they have to like be fake or do things that are unsustainable to impress you. Like they feel like they can be themselves with you. You don't judge them. You don't put a lot of pressure on them. You don't like make them feel weighed down and heavy. And that also, again, is why this person actually wants to see where this can go because he thinks it's going to be fun. He feels like he will have his freedom. And that's super important. You know, guys, if you want a guy to commit to you, you have to show him that he was not going to lose his freedom with you. That's what makes a lot of men pull away. That's what makes men hesitate. That's what makes men not want to move forward with you. If they feel like you're going to change them, you're going to have all these expectations of them, you're going to be holding them to these crazy standards, that's going to push them away. But he doesn't feel like he has to worry about that with you. The way he feels about your connection, though, we do have the Seven of Swords. So for this is going to be different for everyone. This is just a general reading. For some of you, I feel like this person, um, everything that I've just said and I'm talking about maybe not be something that you guys have necessarily discussed. This could be something that this person is just thinking to themselves, something that they're just processing themselves, figuring out themselves. So if this person is like not really communicating to you what I'm saying right now, like if this reading is like, you're getting information, not just confirmation from this, then this person is just processing everything that I'm saying to themselves and just waiting for the right time to take action. Okay. Um, but for others of you, if you are talking to this person, I do feel like there definitely are some things that they're still figuring out, and we'll dive deeper in that in the next section of this reading. There are some things that they are still figuring out, but it's nothing bad. It's nothing that you need to be worried about. I know people freak out when they, see the Seven of Swords come out, but this isn't anything to worry about. It's more him just processing things privately and on his own. The challenge with your connection moving forward, we have the Page of Wands. So this person isn't super duper clear about what the exact next step is. They know they want there to be a next step with you. Okay, that they know. They just don't know what that exactly is. So, going back to the Seven of Swords, if this person is hesitating, if they're not really communicating, if you're not really sure where things are going, it's because that's a part of what they're trying to figure out at this time. They're trying to figure out, okay, what is next? What is going to happen here? How do I actually move this forward? So they don't really have a plan quite yet. So again, just continue to keep things fun, continue to keep things lighthearted, right? Just trust in the fact that this person likes you. Trust in the fact that they want your connection to happen, and don't push them for answers because they just genuinely don't have them right now. Let's actually dive a little bit deeper into them. Let's see what's going on with them and when they might get to that conclusion. All right, so in their overall energy, I have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. One thing I feel like this person has recently realized is that they are ready for a new beginning in their life. They're ready for life to take on a new shape. They're ready for life to take on a new form. Whatever life they were living previously, like the past couple of years, they kind of understand that they need to live a new life. They understand that the world is changing. They understand that the game is changing. They understand that there's some things that they've been doing that maybe are out of date. There's some things that they've been doing that are not going to work anymore. There could be a better way to do things. So I feel like in general right now, this person is wanting their life to look different. And I feel like a part of their life looking different is bringing you more into their life, bringing you closer to them, introducing you to their friends, introducing you to their family. You guys growing closer, like that's a part of what this person sees for the new beginning with you. The way they're thinking is the Death card, exactly what I was feeling from them. They know that there's parts of their life that are outdated. There are parts of their life that, things that are no longer working. Like, maybe the career that they're in, they're like, yeah, like, I don't think I want to do this anymore. Or maybe they're wanting to change their place of living, or a mindset that they had, or a way that they're managing their money. There's something that this person has been doing for a while that they are realizing, okay, this has to change. And they know that if they don't change, it's just going to hold them back. So this person is very open to change. They're very much so thinking about their future. They're trying to figure out where life is going. They're trying to figure out where life is heading, okay? With everything that's going on in the world, okay? All of the changes that are happening and everything that's happening, they're trying to think, okay, how do I set myself up for the future? They know that what worked in the past is not going to work now. So they're willing to make those changes. They're willing to sacrifice. They're willing to change their life right now to make sure that they have future success. So a part of that as well for them could be giving up their singleness. A part of that as well for them could be giving up maybe a life that they were thinking for themselves that only includes themselves. They could be starting to think more in terms of a partnership. And, if I have a wife, if I have kids, how do I set myself up so I can take care of them? Things like that. Thinking in a way that he likely was not thinking before. But this is massive. With the death card, this is huge. This is not just like, oh, whatever, he's making a couple of changes. No, this is him fundamentally changing the way that he thinks about himself and thinks about life on a very, very, very deep psychological level. So that's really big. So, again, going back to that 7 of Swords between you guys, if he's not talking to you or if he's not like opening up to you or he's been distant or anything like that, it's not because of you or him not being interested in you. It's because he's really trying to figure out what the next step looks like for him, what the next couple steps look like for him. So the way he's feeling about his life is the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. He's very ready for a new beginning and he's willing to put in that work. He understands that anything that you start that's going to last a long time, he knows it's going to take time. He knows it's going to take effort. He knows it's going to take work. Okay, so he's willing to put in that work. He's willing to put in the effort. He's willing to take the time to set his life up properly so he can live a good life in the future. This guy is okay with delayed gratification. He's okay with taking things slow initially or taking his time to create a foundation in order to get to where he wants to go in the future. Okay, he's very open to that. He's very okay with that. And so that's the way he's thinking. He's thinking long term, not short term. That's why, he doesn't really feel pressure to make a decision right now. He knows that things will get clearer as he continues on moving in this direction. So the way he feels about life in general right now, we have the Two of Swords. Yeah, he feels like he's he kind of feels like he's being forced to change right now. Okay. And not like this is like a bad thing, like not like he feels like, oh my God, I'm being pushed into a corner and this sucks. It's kind of more like I said, he understands that life is evolving, life is changing. And there are likely some things that he's been doing and ways that he's been living life that are just not advantageous anymore. Like, for example, the first thing that's coming to mind, like, let's say he has like an addiction, or let's say like he smokes or he drinks or he does sports betting. Like, he knows, like, that's not a good thing. Like, that's not going to lead to anything good for me in the future. And I might need to let that habit go in order to have more success in the future. Right. So it's stuff like that I feel like is coming up for him. Like, he's kind of seeing like where he could be doing better. He's seeing where he could be making positive changes in his life that will have, positive ramifications in the future. Because one thing I'll say about this guy is he wants to have a good life. He wants to be successful. He wants to be respected. He wants to be well off. He wants to be very comfortable. And so, in order for him to have that type of lifestyle, he knows that he has to be doing certain things to get there. So, any behaviors or actions or mindsets that are holding him back, that's like what he's reconsidering right now. He's kind of like auditing himself or checking himself and going, okay, like, how could I be better? How could I make my life better? How could I be healthier? How can I be wealthier? How can I be more successful? And what new initiatives, new habits, new patterns can I put in place now that will benefit me in the future so I can have a better life? So there's a lot going on inside of him. There's so much. Yeah, even at the bottom of the deck, I have the Four of Swords. There is a lot going on inside of him. Okay, a lot, a lot, a lot. Okay, the challenge with him, the challenge in his life that's preventing him from coming to the table towards you, we have Nine of Cups. One thing about this guy is that he's very content by himself. Okay. This is not someone who like needs someone. He's not codependent. Um, he's not needy. Like he doesn't really need someone. Like he doesn't really need you. He wants you. Okay. He just wants you. So because he doesn't need you and he tends to lean to be a little bit more independent and more self-sufficient, sometimes there's no urgency to come towards you, or he doesn't really see the importance of like keeping you in the loop and making sure that you know what's going on and telling you every little single thought that he has. With him, he's not like at this particular moment in time that I'm reading this, he's not fully in a relationship mindset. That's a part of the changes that he's currently making. He's understanding and he knows when he thinks about his future, he definitely sees himself being in a relationship, right? He sees himself being married, he sees himself having children. But it's very different to imagine that in your head and to do that in real life. And he's not really thinking like that in real life yet. Okay. That's going to be a mindset, a skill, a habit that he is going to develop over time. So, this is something that you kind of have to wait to come online with him, or something that you have to understand about him, as though he may like you, care about you, attracted to you, all that stuff. He is not necessarily partner in a partner mindset right now. He's very content by himself. He can take care of himself. He can move in life by himself. So it's not going to be until he really truly embodies a relationship mindset, a partnership mindset, that you're going to see him start to really bringing you into his life and really see him going, okay, like I got to build with her. I have to start, collaborating with her. I have to start understanding her and her pathway. It's not going to be until he really embodies that. But that is just fundamentally who he is. Like, just naturally, you leave him alone. This guy's an independent guy. He's going to find his way. He's going to do what he has to do to survive. He's not a partnership person. Okay. He's not a codependent person. No. So, this is something that he has to develop. Okay. So, that's one important thing to understand. If you're like thinking, oh, is he going to make a relationship offer tomorrow? Like, probably not. Okay. Probably not. But again, this is a general reading. I don't feel like it's too terribly far off for a lot of you guys either. Okay. But just keeping it real and being realistic, that is something that he still needs to make the transition to. He still needs to make the transition to being a more oriented person in order for you guys to actually come together. And as I said, that it was 2020 on the clock. So that is an angel number for you guys to look up. Let's get some messages from him. Let's see what he wants to say to you. We have you came closer than anyone. And so how I'm reading that is that you are closer to his heart than anybody right now. Okay? Like I said, with you, he actually sees the potential for a future with you. Okay, he actually sees the potential for a future with you. So there are people that he has dated in the past that, you know, that he was involved with for a period of time and he knew, no, like I could not see myself with this person. Like he maybe dated them or whatever or saw them for a while, but he knew like, okay, I'm not going to marry this person or I'm not going to invest deeply into this person. With you, it's completely different. With you, he's like, no, I feel like I can see a future with her. I can invest in her. I can let my guard down with her. Like he feels very comfortable with you more than he typically does with people. And that's just because of the energy that you bring to the table. Okay. He feels like you bring a fun, lighthearted energy. You're like a breath of fresh air for him. There are a lot of girls that he dates that they're like, where is this going? Or, they want a lot of emotional attention from him. They want a lot of emotional validation from him. And that's just not where he's at. Okay. But with you, he feels like you bring fun, you bring lightness, you bring energy. And that he can stand by, that he can invest in. So currently, right now, you are the person that he has his heart most open to. Okay. And bottom of the deck, I have I am becoming a better person. So, with that being said, when he thinks about the relationship with you and what it would look like in the future, he's also inspired and motivated to level up to be that person in the vision. Okay. Like there are certain things about himself and about his life that he thinks could be better. And that's another thing that he's working on right now. He's working on becoming a better person. So that way, when you guys are together, he's showing up as the best version of himself. So not only do you kind of allow him to let his guard down, you also make him want to be a better person as well. So it's a really good combination for him. I feel like you pull him forward, whereas other people he's dated have pulled him back and pulled him down and try to like lock him down and, make him be a certain way and make him tell them that he loves them, like he's not really feeling that with you. He feels like you bring him forward. You're like a ray of sunshine. You're a breath of fresh air. And it's something he wants to move towards. He's more concerned about bringing you down than you bringing him down. Okay. All right, let's see what else he wants to say to you. We have, I regret lying to you. Okay, so that Seven of Swords energy is coming about. I don't think that this is like, again, this is a general reading, but I don't feel like this is like a super malicious lie that was meant to like manipulate you. But I feel like this person maybe necessarily hasn't been super honest with you about entirely who they are. Okay. And as you get closer and as you get to know him better, you're going to find out things about him that maybe that you didn't know, or like the way he tried to portray himself to you, you may find that he's not exactly what he portrayed himself to be. Okay. Like he might not be as successful or confident or something in the way that he portrayed himself to be. And you're going to find that out. And I feel like that is another thing that he might be stalling with. He might be trying to buy time and be like, okay, yeah, like let me try to work on this so that way when we get closer, I can actually be the person who she thinks I am or the person that I've kind of like made her to be. So, or made her believe that I am. So, like, if you see him on social media, like you have him on social media, the way you see him on social media and, or like the way he looks on paper, if you were like to say, oh, like this is his job and da 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 da, maybe he looks good on paper, maybe he looks good on social media. He might be like 10% worse than that, right? But let's be honest, guys, everybody kind of fakes it on social media, okay? So, yeah, he kind of feels like if he is to move things forward with you, then he has to definitely like drop the mask or drop the veil. And again, I don't think I'm not picking up on anything insane. I just feel like there are just parts of him that you don't know. Okay. So there are some things that he may not be as confident about. There could be some things like insecurities that he has that he's not maybe fully ready to unveil to you, or things about himself that he thinks that you may not find super attractive, or things like that that maybe he's hiding. It's kind of more like that. It's not like he's like lying to you about having a family or something like that. It's more about like kind of things in himself. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, we have I know I crossed the line with you. Yeah, okay. I feel like this is relating back to the first card. I do feel like he kind of like maybe portrayed himself to be something that he's not, or that's one thing I'm getting, but the other thing I'm getting is he may have come on like very strong, or um like he may have approached you in a different way than he would approach you now. So maybe he approached you like very provocatively, if you guys get my drift. And now he's like, okay, if I could start over, like I would be more of a gentleman. I would, treat her in a different way. I would show her a different side of myself. So I do feel like he kind of like regrets the way that he started the connection with you, the trajectory that it started off on. Like if he could go back in time, he would start differently. And for some of you, I do feel that as you move forward, you are going to see this different side of him. You're going to see a softer side of him. You're going to see a more romantic side of him than what you maybe see now, which might be more like hard, masculine, alpha behavior. You're going to see that drop, and you're going to see him approach you in a very, very different way. Okay. So, like, you likely have interacted with like the version of himself that he wants to portray. But as you go deeper into getting to know him, getting a relationship with him, you're going to see the real him, the real version of him, who he really is, you know, how he really is on a daily basis, his emotions, how he feels through life, which is not the side that he necessarily is, showing everybody. Okay. So, let's see what spirit wants to say, what spirit wants you to know about this. We have interference, okay? An external party is intruding on this relationship. So there are circumstances outside of you, outside of him, that are also either slowing this relationship down or preventing it from moving forward. Let's clarify that a little bit deeper. Let's see if we can get some more information about that. I have the 6th house. Okay, so work. His work, your work, his daily routine, your daily routine. There may not be a lot of organic, natural overlap in your lives, like the schedule he's on, the schedule you're on, the way you live your daily life, the way he lives his daily life. It may be difficult for those things to merge. At the bottom of the deck, I do have the 1st house. So it feels like this has to do with you as individuals. So I'm not necessarily feeling anybody else, though there could be like people that are a part of this person's daily life, or if this person has employees, that could be playing a role in it, or anyone who features very heavily in their daily life, like their coworkers or people that they interact with on a daily basis, could be a factor, but it's just more of what I feel is a mismatch in the way your daily lives operate. So, like, you guys may both work at the same exact time, so you're relaxing at the same exact times. Um, I feel like in order for this to work, it's going to require one or both of you to like kind of compromise or be flexible around the other. So that is something that is being worked out for you guys to move forward. But I do feel like that is a big part of why this maybe isn't flowing naturally, why this isn't coming together very smoothly. Let's see what else. We have regret. Okay. Yeah. Someone feels remorse for the way they treated you. Like I said, I feel like when he met you, he was in a different headspace, number one. Number two, he wasn't thinking you were going to be the way that you are. And he wasn't thinking this was going to be what it was. Okay. I feel like I'll say this is someone who I feel like hasn't had a lot of positive experiences when it comes to love and dating. Okay. So they kind of like assume that you were maybe like everybody else they've dated, or this is just going to go the way it always goes, or, all women are the same, something like that. They had like some type of preconceived idea, some type of preconceived notion about you and what this could be and things like that, which is completely different from the way they feel about you now and the way that they think this could be now. Like you've surprised them. Like you've surprised them. You really are different than what they were expecting in the best way possible. They actually are taking this serious. They actually think this could be serious. That actually was the title of my last reading. If you haven't checked that out, um, yeah, like he actually thinks this could be something serious. So again, had he known what he knows now about you, he would have approached this totally different. He would have showed you a totally different side of him because you may have this idea that maybe he's like, oh, he's a player, or, he is only looking for one thing, or da 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 da, which he's like, I don't want her to have that, you know, opinion of me, but it's too late. It's too late. She already has seen this side of me. So I feel like for those of you where you're going to see this connection move forward, like I said, you're going to see a different side of him. You're going to see a more romantic side of him. You're going to see him showing up as more of a gentleman. You're going to see him wanting to prove to you that he is reliable, that he is trustworthy, that he can be loyal, to kind of make up for the way that your connection initially started. Okay, last message I have from Spirit is friendship. Yes. That is another part of why this person is like keen to move things forward with you. Either you guys have a good friendship right now, or he feels like you guys could have a good friendship. Like he feels like you guys will be friends first, or that you guys will develop a friendship in addition to your romantic relationship. Like, and that's something that's really important to him. Like he wants to feel like he doesn't want anything heavy. Like that's what I'll say about him. Like though he may want a relationship, he doesn't want a heavy relationship. He wants a fun relationship. He wants to feel like he can be himself. You guys can laugh. You can give each other space and time, like the same way you treat a good friend. That's how he wants to be treated in a connection. He doesn't want there to be, constant obligation and you have to show up and do this and this and this and that and be responsible for my emotions and things like that. Like, no, that's not what he's looking for. So that's like a big part of this. And I feel like that is almost kind of more important to pursue right now, especially whilst he gets his mind right. Because again, remember, I don't feel at this particular moment in time that this guy is 100% relationship minded. He's not thinking in terms of we, he's thinking right now in terms of me and I. So until he makes that internal switch and starts thinking us, we, it's better to kind of think of him as more of a friend. And that actually is going to allow you guys to progress faster because you can get to know each other without the pressure. If you are wanting this to move forward romantically very quickly, it's just not because he's just not there. He's not there. Yes, he likes you. Yes, he's interested in you, da 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 da, da, but he's not uh fully all in. Okay, he's not fully all in. And that's okay. Relationship, love, falling in love, it happens in stages. And for him, what's going to make him fall in love with you is that he feels free with you. The more free he feels with you, the more at peace, the more relaxed he feels with you, the more he's going to go, you know what? I have to commit to her. I have to commit to her because I don't want to lose her. And I'm going to commit to her because no one else makes me feel this free. No one else gives me this peace. No one else allows me to have my guard down like this except for her. So I'm going to commit to her. So show him that. You can show him that over the course of a friendship. You can show him, hey, we're going to have fun. We're going to laugh. I'm going to give you your space. You're going to have time. You can start showing him through your actions. This is what it will be like if we get in a relationship. This is what it's going to be like. You just show him, right? Actions are more powerful than words. And the more that he sees that, then the more he's going to go, yeah, this is it. She's the one. She's the one. Because no one makes me feel this way. You will stand out to him if you give him peace and freedom. You will stand out to him above everybody else. And he will be happy to commit to you. Okay? So you want to be mindful of his current mental state. You want to be mindful of, the changes that he's currently going through mentally and the new beginning that he's on. And you want to give him time to kind of like find his footing and figure everything out. Whilst at the same time, just building a friendship with him. And showing him through your actions that you're going to bring value to his life. You're going to bring peace. You're going to bring fun. You're going to bring good energy. Just show him. Just show him. Don't say, oh, yeah, I'm fun or, I respect you. No, show him through your actions that you're fun. Show him that you respect him through your actions. And that's going to help this to come together a lot quicker than pressuring him. What are we? What is this? What are your intentions with me? Da, 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 da. That's going to push him away from you. Okay. All right. Bottom of the deck, I have here and now. So what this is saying is that you have love in your life right now, right? You don't have to push and stress to try to make anything happen here, right? This guy is not going to make or break your life. He'll be nice to have, yeah, but he's not going to make or break your life, right? Like you can live a happy, fun, successful life with or without this guy. So don't put so much weight or pressure. Oh, it has to work out with him, like, no, you're going to be okay no matter what. And he already likes you. So you don't have to like make him like you more. He already likes you. He's already bought into you. What you're doing now is you're just showing him through your actions, this is what it's like to have relationship with me. This is how it's going to go. And just enjoying it for whatever it is. Because everyone's timeline, everyone I'm reading for right now is going to have a different timeline. Some people are going to get in relationships quicker. Some people are going to be longer. Some people maybe not. Okay. It just depends on everybody how this is going to pan out. But regardless, you already have love. There's love here. So just enjoy it Enjoy the experience for whatever it's going to be. Okay. All right. So that's what I have for you guys. I hope that was helpful. I hope that gave you lots of clarity and insight. If it did, do give this video a thumbs up. And again, if you're watching this in the recorded version and you want to look at the energy of your connection, you can get a reading with me. You can book a private reading with me. Okay. All right. Let's hop into live readings. Janisha, you can post your question. Shantae, you can post your question. Okay, Janisha says, I would like to know, how does S currently feel about me? Love the general. Well, thank you so much. All right, let me reset the cards for you. All right, so most important messages for Janisha, please. How does S currently feel about Janisha? You said we just reconnected recently. How does S feel about Janisha? I have the Devil. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull the other cards and then we'll talk about that. How he thinks about you, I have the Magician. Okay. And then how he feels about you, I have the Queen of Wands. Okay. All right. So his overall energy towards you, number one, he is coming towards you from a place of lust or trying to meet his needs more than genuinely trying to connect with you, genuinely trying to, see what's really going on with you, or, you know, is there something here? He's coming at you more of, I feel a certain type of way, and I want to see if you also feel that type of way and you want to um kind of share in that feeling, or if you also are on that level, or maybe you've made me feel a certain way in the past and I want to see if you're going to make me feel that way again. Okay, so it's a little bit more self interest that he's coming forward. It's more with self interest that he's connecting. The way he thinks about you is the Magician. So you guys may have a really good connection. Like, you guys may have like a natural good chemistry. Maybe like your texting conversations are really interesting, or your phone calls are really interesting, or you're like on the same mental page. Okay. So he likes kind of like the mental energy between the two of you. It's interesting to him, it's fascinating to him. And with the Queen of Wands, he finds you very attractive. Okay. So what I can say about this guy is I feel like he's sort of testing your temperature. He's like kind of seeing where you're at, what are you open to, what are you not open to? Like, how far can he take you? Which I know sounds kind of bad, but he wants to see like how far can he push your buttons? Like, how much can he get out of you? That's kind of what he wants to know. And so based upon the way the interaction goes with you is going to determine how far he'll go. Whatever you will tolerate is sort of what he will do. So he's kind of reading you to figure out, like, do you want to, do you want to connect with me? And if so, are you on the wavelength that I'm on? So he's just kind of seeing what your boundaries are. Okay. So with this guy, you want to be certain that you understand your boundaries before you go into this, right? How far you're willing to let this go. Know what you're looking for, know what you want, know how much time you're going to be willing to invest in him, how much energy you're going to be willing to invest. If you know that you want a relationship, okay, maybe you entertain him a little bit, okay, but then you put the boundary. If he's not doing certain things by a certain time frame, if he's not, you know, making a meaningful move, if he's not trying to plan dates, if he's not trying to really genuinely get to know you, you kind of go, okay, I see where you're at, I know where I'm at, and you just adjust accordingly because he's not going to adjust. He's just going to keep going as much as he wants to go. So it's going to be up to you to, rein him in, so to speak. Okay. So he doesn't really have, I would say, like, romantic feelings for you. It's more of like, ooh, she's attractive. I like her. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. So hopefully that is helpful for you. You're welcome. Shantae, I see. I will give you my email so you can email me. Gorgie, hello. You can post your question. I'm going to prioritize Gorgie, Shantae, just because she's a member, but you can go ahead and send me your question via email. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so most important messages for Gorgie, please. Okay, as soon as I said that, I had the Two of Pentacles come out, so I'm going to go ahead and take that. I'm going to continue shuffling, but most important messages for Gorgie, please. Woo! Oh my goodness, I have a million cards that want to come out, so there's a lot of messages here. We're just going to do your member reading because I feel like there's more than 3 cards. Most important messages for Gorgie, please. 9 of Swords, 7 of Wands. Wow. Most important messages for Gorgie, please. Ace of Cups. Temperance. Okay. All right, let's start there. And then we'll keep going from there. Okay, so his current overall energy towards you and the connection, we have the Two of Pentacles. So he feels like he is like in between two different worlds. Um, and this I feel like changes for him by the day. It's not consistent. There's no like rhyme or reason as to why he like flip flops. But yeah, he feels like he's balancing, juggling you and everything else. And it's multiple things because in his headspace toward you, I have the Nine of Swords. So, gosh, there's so much. Okay, the first thing that's coming through from him is he feels like he has dragged this on for so long, and there's like regret for that. There's like remorse for that. Like he feels sorry for how long this has like been going on for, but he also is like, I don't really know. Like I'm not certain. Like maybe he's been saying things from time to time like, oh, it's just around the corner, or, this is gonna happen this month and then it doesn't happen, or I'll know better in 2 weeks and then 2 weeks time and then he doesn't know. Like he kind of feels like, okay, what am I actually doing here? And it's more directed at himself than just towards you, like his frustration, his confusion. It's more towards himself and like him just like not picking a side, like he's sort of letting his emotions like drag him around rather than going, this is the camp I'm on, this is the side of the line that I'm on, this is what's happening, and I'm going to take the consequences of my decision. It's kind of more of like, okay, I feel this way, and then I feel this way, and then I have this interaction, and I feel this way, and then I have this conversation, I feel this way, and then I have this thought, and now I feel this way. It's like he's swayed. He's like too swayed. Like he's too affected by the external world instead of finding his footing inside himself and going, nope, this is where it is. And I understand that there will be days I feel this, there will be events that happen, but I'm still moving in this direction. So again, it's more, he feels this way more to himself. He's not like, directing it towards you specifically, but that's the way that's the energy is around you. Like when he thinks of you, he's like, I gotta make a decision. He's like, I haven't made a decision. I haven't made up my mind, or something's not clear. Like that's the first thing that comes up. So the way he feels about you is the Seven of Wands. He feels like there's multiple factors at play. It's not straightforward. It's not one thing. It's not, just this. It's a bunch of things that come together and kind of make this like really complicated. He feels like he feels like he's like protecting himself. And again, not towards you, but like it's like he's having to protect his emotional energy or his mental energy from the multiple things that he's dealing with. Because again, when difficulties come, when things arise. That was weird. Okay, the stream cut off. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, yeah. It just like shut off. That's never happened before, but we are back. All right, so let me go back a little bit and just kind of re-say what I was saying. So I'm reading the Seven of Wands card and how he feels about you. No, it for whatever reason that has never happened before, but it immediately let me back on, which is good. Okay, anyways, Seven of Wands and how he feels about you. He just feels like there's so many multiple things, and he feels like he needs to protect himself emotionally with you because he can feel very, very positive about you, and then he'll have a conversation with somebody, or he'll have an interaction with someone, or he'll have a bad day, and he'll go, "Am I actually making the right decision? Does this make sense? Or should I just stay where I'm at?" Like, he definitely will he can be very easily swayed with the tides, okay? Like, his indecision is him. Like, it is him. It's not anybody else. He's too I don't know if he's like a people pleaser. I don't know if he or he's just like too open, like he doesn't have like boundaries, like he's too influenceable. Like he's way too influenceable. So I feel like it's hard for him to actually know what he wants because if he's around a certain group of people and they want him to be this way, he'll be this way. Or if he's with you and you want him to be this way, then he'll be this way. So it's like I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think he's like doing this intentionally, but he definitely can be like a chameleon. Like he can be whatever anybody wants him to be. You want me to be this way? Okay, I'll be this way. So he doesn't really have a good sense of who he is, what he wants. He I feel like he needs to spend some time alone, and I feel like he might be trying to get that for himself to actually know what do I actually want because he doesn't have conviction. Okay? He doesn't have conviction. He could have it's I'm just going to leave it there. That's what it is. That's all like I'm going to go around and around cuz I feel like that's what he does. He goes around and around. Okay? So I'm not going to go around and around with that energy. Okay, how he feels about your connection, though, we have the Ace of Cups, right? He has love for you. 100%. He has love for you. There's a place for you in his heart. You know, he is romantically interested in you, all the things. That is for certain. I'm sure you feel that, you know that, you're experiencing that with him, but it doesn't come with anything else. Okay. It's like, that's the extent of it. It doesn't come with, again, the conviction, the action, the this is what I'm doing. I'm choosing you. I'm moving forward. It doesn't come with that. It's just pure love. Okay. Then in the challenge, we have the temperance card. So there's a lot of inner work and healing that he needs to do. So, what I feel is the problem with him is that there's a lot of trauma that he's encountered. There's a lot, and this is not just in the recent past, this is extensive. This is decades. This is years, right? He is the person he is right now because of his entire lifetime, right? And there's a lot of things that he's experienced, events that he's gone through where there's just unresolved stuff. There's unhealed stuff. There's parts of himself that he's not connected to, parts of himself that he doesn't um like to connect to, parts of himself that he's oblivious to. Okay. He has a lot of blind spots and he has a lot of how can I say it? He has a lot of just like I said, it's so much easier for him to just be what other people want him to be than to just be himself. And though that may make it easier in relationship, it creates a very turbulent person on the inside. So there's a lot of turbulence inside of him. And for him, he likes relationships because it's just easier. It's easier for someone to tell him who he is, or, when you're in a relationship with someone, the mirror someone's giving to you, you just reflect back to them. But again, take someone away from him, and he's like, who am I? What do I want? What makes me happy? Like, it's like blank. It's like nothing, there's nothing there. There's literally nothing there. And that is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal because he's just going to mirror back your energy, but he's not going to actually, there's no substance behind it. So, I mean, that is again, probably something that he only is going to resolve by being alone, but I don't think it's hard for him to be alone. Okay, it's hard for him to be alone. It's so much easier for him to just, be connected to someone, have someone tell him what to do, or, provide like for someone to share a life with, and, they just kind of fill in the blanks. Like that's just like easier for him. So that's why it's coming out in the challenge, because it's not something that he's like wanting to do. Okay, so you asked, okay, so what's in store for us upcoming? Okay, I have the Page of Pentacles. So I feel like things are gonna continue kind of on whatever trajectory they're currently on right now. Like, however things are currently going right now, that's kind of how things are gonna go. Like, he doesn't have any plans to, you know, mm, it's weird. It's like he doesn't have any plans to move anything forward, but he also doesn't have any plans to stop. It's like, okay, I suppose we can just keep going at this rate that we're going. We can just keep going at this pace, and that seems to be fine. Like that's he's not going anywhere, but I also don't feel like anything's necessarily happening. It's just sort of continuing being more of the same. Hello, she's divine. Let's see what else. Whew, I have the Death card. Okay. And I have the Five of Cups. All right. So, yeah, I feel like there's only but so long that's going to be able to continue. Eventually, there will have to be a decision that is made. Okay. Eventually, there will have to be a decision that is made. And it feels to me that what the Death card is showing me, it's again, it feels more like him. It feels like he is going to go through like a death and rebirth process. Um, and during that time frame, you may have to let him go through his process, let him go through whatever it is he needs to go through, because genuinely he really needs to figure out what is he doing. Like I just feel like he really genuinely has no idea what he's doing. Like he's kind of just like going through the motions of life, just kind of getting through day by day, skating by, but there's no real plan, there's no real intention behind anything. Like it's sort of just like, okay, what does the day need of me? What does this person need of me? What does that person need of me? And I just respond and answer. And again, like maybe he's been able to skate through life like that for a while, but it feels like life, God, universe, spirit is like asking him for more, like is asking him to go a little bit deeper, is asking him to figure things out. So I feel like he may need to go through like a tower moment. Again, it doesn't really feel like it necessarily affects you, but it feels like with the Five of Cups at the bottom of the deck, it's like you kind of have, yeah, and I have the Ten of Swords underneath that and the Queen of Pentacles. So it's like you kind of have to like be on standby, or you sort of have to go, okay, like I guess I have to let him go through that. Like you kind of have no choice. Like you have no choice but to let him go through his process. And so you're kind of backed into a corner, and you with the Queen of Pentacles here, it's like the only thing I can do right now is just focus on myself, focus on my own life, focus on my career, focus on my money, focus on my stability whilst he figures out what he's going to do, because it's going to take something drastic, I feel, for him to really kick it into gear. Like, I just don't see him, like, coming to any conclusions anytime soon. It's because it's almost like it feels like he doesn't really need to. Like, there's really no incentive, there's nothing bad is gonna happen, right? If he just keeps doing what he's doing, nothing bad's gonna happen necessarily. Um, he can skate by, right? But life wants more from him, and so there could be something that happens to him specifically. There could be an insight that he has, just a feeling that comes over him, right? Like he may kind of slip into a depression all of a sudden, or he may randomly start having anxiety all of a sudden. And that sort of takes him down a little path where he like goes, okay, like I have to address this, or there could be like a health problem that comes up, right? Like there could be something that comes up for him that makes him have to turn inside and figure it out because he's really really passive. Okay, the way he approaches his life is quite passive. Give me 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. You said he kind of lets her dictate the process. I feel like he probably lets her dictate his life. Like that's probably the way their whole relationship, their whole dynamic has gone for years. So it's nothing new now. It's not going to change. And like I said, I feel like he doesn't have strong conviction, right? Like if she wants to dictate the process, he's like, okay, you dictate the process. I'll follow your lead. And he's totally okay with that. That doesn't bother him. That doesn't stress him out. Like he's like cool as a cucumber. Like it's like, all right, she knows better than me. I'll let her lead, I'll follow her lead. And he's able to skate by like that. Like it doesn't feel like it's not like a problem. He's not like, oh my God, I need to get it together. There's zero urgency on his side. There's zero um it's just not a problem. It's not a problem until it's a problem. And with the death card coming out, maybe it becomes a problem. But I don't see him stepping up for himself and advocating for himself and trying to get a better outcome for himself. Like I kind of feel like he's just like, okay, well, whatever happens, happens. If this is how it goes down, then that's how it goes down. Or if this is how it goes down, then that's how it goes down. Like he's really fine no matter what. Like I wish I had this level of non-caring that he does because it's quite impressive, really. So yeah, so I feel like that's him. I don't think the death card is referring to you. I think it's more referring to him and then you just having to respond to that. So like he comes up against something that forces him to have to change, that forces him to have an opinion, that forces him to have to make a decision. He's going to internally go through whatever that entails. And you just have to be receptive to whatever it is, whatever the decision is. You just have to mold yourself to that. And I see you not being quite happy with that, right? Feeling like a loss, feeling like, cups are spilt, right? Like emotions that you've put in are not being acknowledge, or the time you're putting in not being acknowledged and not paying off, okay, and I see 10 of swords, but then I also see the queen of pentacles where it's like quickly just refocusing back on yourself and being like, "Well, what else can I do? I literally have nothing else I can do here other than to just focus on myself and keep my life afloat and going." So, yeah, I like I said, I've never experienced someone that's just so passive and so go with the flow, but he really genuinely is. He has no plans. He has no plans, no idea. No idea. You said, "Yes, it's frustrating and has me feeling depressed." I'm sorry to hear that. You said, "Thank you, Bree. I don't know what to do at this point. They're going to see their son this weekend in Georgia for parent weekend, and it's scary." Um, I would say you just have to take him at face value. Like, literally, what he is presenting is what he is presenting. Like, if he is not explicitly saying, "I'm gonna be with you. This is the date. This is what's happening," then it's not happening, right? It's just not happening, and you just have to take it, for what it is and understand, like, where is my line? Like, okay, I'll be understanding up to this point, but I need to have XYZ fulfilled for me to continue investing in this connection. And if XYZ is not met, then I'm just going to take a step back and do me, right? Because there really is nothing that truly is holding him back. It's more of him just not stepping up and putting his foot down and like exerting his will, and there's no reason why he can't do that. He's just choosing not to. Like, he's just genuinely choosing not to. So I would just look at more of his actions and not his words, because his words at this point have proven to be nil. Like, his words are not really carrying a lot of weight at this time, and I would just really go like, "Okay, he might be saying this, but, you know, I'm not seeing it, and that's the reality." Because I think in his mind, he's imagining that he can be one thing, but in reality, he's not, and so he's selling you the dream, he's selling you his vision, but he's not really bringing anything to the table that, like, is making you go, "Okay, this is actually happening right now." You said, "I feel like I need to have this conversation with him ASAP, but I don't want to do it before they go." I mean, why wait? Like, what's the benefit of waiting? I don't think there's any benefit. He is saying all that, and even said once the house goes for sale in May that he's going to put an offer on a house. Right, until it happens, until he closes and he's got the keys, like, I would just imagine that it hasn't happened, and I wouldn't be counting on it happening. And so I would just focus on reality. Like, what is my reality showing me? Not what's the vision, what's the dream. Like, I would stop buying into the dream and just start buying into the reality. He's also working. He had to fix their house to get ready for sale. I mean, who knows how that's going to go? Like, how is that going to shake out? I don't know what the housing market is like for you, but houses here are sitting on the market for months and months and months. So, is it going to sell? What are they going to close at? How is that process going to go? I mean, I feel like there's like so many unknowns and so many questions, you know, when it comes to that. So, I don't think I wouldn't be, putting all my eggs in that basket, because who knows what actually is going to happen because he literally has no conviction. He has no plans, no intentions. Like he's literally giving nothing. Like he's giving no energy. He's just floating. He's just floating and like riding off the energy of the people around him. So I would be just like very careful about that aspect, you know, like who is he actually without, all of this. I don't think you have to be patient. I think you just have to decide where your boundary is. Like you could not talk to him and I promise you the situation is going to be exactly the same. You could go on, live your life, start dating other people, and his situation is going to be exactly the same. And if you guys are meant to be together, he'll come back around. You don't have to sit here and martyr yourself and hold yourself back and wait out for him. Like that's not required for the relationship. It will work no matter what if it's meant to work. So I think you might have to kind of reframe the way you're thinking about this of, this is someone that I like, there's a lot of potential here, but I'm not seeing anything happen and you're more on the side of like potentially getting hurt emotionally and you may need to start thinking more about protecting yourself as opposed to just sitting around thinking that that's like ensuring that it's going to work out because it's not. The longer you sit here and kind of go along, it's like it decreases your value because he knows you're there and there's no urgency and no need to fight for you. If you're not there, there'd be more urgency and more of a need to fight for you, so it actually would actually increase your value. So I think it might be time for a new strategy here, to not think of, oh, poor me, I have to wait, life is making me wait, and thinking, how can I empower myself in this situation and how can I show him that I'm not just going to be sitting here endlessly forever waiting for him to figure it out, because he's not like he's not even trying to figure it out. He's just like, okay, I'll see what she does. He's probably letting her put the house on the market. He's probably letting her go through the process. He's probably letting her do everything, and then he's just going to wait and see, okay, how much money do I get out of this, and then what's going to happen from there, and I'll just figure it out. Like he's not clear-minded. He's just dreaming, he's really just dreaming, and that's probably how his relationship has gone with her, where he's just let her do everything and he's just like along for the ride, and she's probably tired of it. So and then you're going to inherit that same thing, and it's just going to be the same thing with a new person. He's not trying to change, he's not trying to be better, he's not trying to become a different person. So literally what you see with him is what you get, and so you don't have to accept it. You don't have to take it. You can have better if you so choose. It's just you'll get what you accept. And if this is what you accept from him, then this is what you'll get. But there is better if you want more. It just requires you to show up in a different way. Okay, so you're not a victim, you're not stuck here. You don't have to martyr yourself. The universe is not saying, write it out. That's not at all what the universe is saying. The lesson here is more about boundaries and knowing where your line is and not, self sabotaging yourself out of the experience that you could have for someone that's not making any concessions for you, that's not martyring themselves for you in the slightest. He's completely fine. If you walk away, he'll be completely fine. Trust me. He will be completely fine. It's not going to hurt him at all. Not at all. Okay? Not at all. So, you just have to decide how much pain you're willing to take, but I promise you, it does not have to be this way at all. Okay? So, hopefully that's helpful, but, you know, I think the situation is showing you what it is, and you just have to see it for what it is, not what you want it to be or hope it to be or the potential of what it could be. Just have to see it for what it is at this point. You've been doing this a long time. We've been watching the cycles with him for a long time. There's been plenty of chances, plenty of opportunities for him to change, plenty of jump out points for him, plenty. I mean, he's had, man, many, many, many chances to advance, and he's just choosing to be passive because he's got free will and he can do that, right? But you've got free will too, and you can always move forward as well. Okay. Alrighty. So hopefully that is helpful for you. Good luck. You're very, very welcome. Yeah, I know. I know. You gotta look at reality. You gotta look at reality. That's all. Alrighty. So we have Shantae, and then we've got Kim. Hello, Kim. How are you, babes? He thinks he's taking the best pass for everyone, but stagnation is not going to serve him or us. Exactly. Exactly. But that's his MO. That's his MO. Like, that's like literally his ideal. That's his way of handling things is like, what does everyone else want? People pleasing. No, not wanting to make ripples. And it's like, okay, like, there's only but so long you can do that. Like, eventually you're going to have to. But again, I don't think that he hasn't had to be that person in his life. He's been able to get by, and you know, that's just worked for him. So that's his MO. Oh, she's divine. Are you Kim? See, I don't like this new YouTube little handle thing that they're doing because like people's names are like not their old names. But anyways, hello Kim. I didn't know that was you. Um, okay, so Gorgie, hopefully that helps. Again, just you gotta look at reality and just take him for who he is and believe what he's showing you because it's who he really is. Alrighty. Shantae, I know you can't talk. So your question here is what is coming in love? All right, so let's see. What does Shantae need to know about her love life? What can she expect? What is coming? Ooh. All right, I have two cards. I have the Hierophant and I have the Five of Wands. Okay, so the next thing for you to do in love is actually to take two steps back, or rather, to take two steps up and to reconnect with your higher self and to figure out what it is that you're doing, okay? And what it is that, or let's put it this way, to make sure that you're aligned with your divine path, to make sure that you're aligned in doing what you've been put on earth here to do. Because if you've been experiencing discord in regards to dating and relationships, it's because you're trying to connect with people or you're trying to have relationships with people who have nothing to do with your actual path, and these people are not helpful, for the person that you're becoming or the path that you're on. So, in order for you to have success and love, you need to first make sure that you're where you need to be, you're doing what you need to do, and you understand what's expected of you from life. And once you've embodied that, it's going to be much more obvious what type of partner is right for you and is good for you. Okay. So if you're like going out there dating, you're on the dating apps and you're like, all these guys are trash. None of them want to take me out. They all ghost me. It's because the specific guys that you are going for or the energy that you're putting out is not the energy that you need to be on. So you need to get in the proper energy, and then that's going to allow the proper guys to see you and recognize you, and they're going to go, "Oh, that's the woman I'm looking for." Okay? So for you, it's more about getting into alignment, and it's more about making sure that you're positioning yourself properly to be seen by the people that you actually want to be seen by. Okay. So that may require you to kind of level up, change the way that you're presenting yourself. You know, your outer appearance is your marketing. So look at how you're presenting yourself and ask yourself, am I presenting myself in a way that's going to attract the person that I want? And if the answer is, okay, yeah, maybe I could do a little bit better, maybe I could present myself better or put myself in different environments that are going to have the people that I want to be in, then that's what I'm going to have to do. You can't be, who you are and kind of just do the same old, whatever, whatever, and then think you're going to get different results. Think magically somehow this person is going to find you if you don't look like the way that he thinks his person's supposed to look like. Right? If you're not presenting in the way that your husband has in his mind the way you're supposed to look like, even if he looks at you and you don't look, you're not energetically looking the way you're supposed to look, he will look straight through you and walk right past you. So it's much more about you energetically becoming the match for what you want and putting yourself in the environments where that person would be. Okay. So that's the pathway forward. So kind of the pathway forward is by looking at yourself. Okay. All right. Hopefully that is helpful for you. Good luck. Yes, Sarah, of course. Kim, you can go ahead and post your question. Okay, yeah, I know. Someone had like signed up twice, so no problem. I understand. I was just about to open a second space. So I was like, yeah, no problem. Okay. So for Kimmy, we have what is Gemini consciously thinking and feeling about me after spending time together yesterday? Okay. What is Gemini consciously thinking and feeling about Kim? What is he thinking and feeling about Kim after yesterday? Where's his true energy at? Okay, so his overall towards you, I have the Ace of Pentacles. Okay. I feel like he was kind of wanting to test your temperature, see how keen you are for a new beginning with him, and if there was any chance of this turning into something that could potentially last for a given period of time. In the way that he is consciously thinking about you, we have the Two of Swords. Okay, so his conscious mind, where he's at right now, is he's like a Gemini, He don't know. He doesn't know, okay? At the bottom of the deck, I have the Ace of Cups. So, yes, he has love for you. There's romantic feelings towards you. There's, you know, energy towards you, but he doesn't know what to do with it. Like, what does this mean? It like there's like it's like a screw that's like not screwing or a puzzle piece that's not going in. It's like, yes, I feel, but what does this mean? Like he doesn't know. He can't figure out like the correlation between the way he feels and to what action to take to like mend the two things together, if that makes sense. So uh, he's just like, yeah, I like her, but like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Or he's just got, shocker, a lot of other things on his mind. So there's just like confusion. So the way he feels, consciously feels about you is the emperor. He feels like you are doing your own thing. Okay. He feels like you're doing your own thing. You're living your own life. He doesn't feel like you're like waiting around for him. He doesn't feel like you're like, you're dying without him. You need him to make a decision quickly, or you're like, you know, you're drowning. He feels like you're very fine, you're okay, you're cool, your life's going great, your life doesn't depend on him choosing you, right? Like he just feels like you're cool, you're living your life, cool, like, and he's like, respect that, love that, cool, okay. So that's just like his raw consciousness. That's like as far as it goes, in terms of just his, initial, okay, tell me what you're thinking about Kim. Like, that's it. Like, it's just like, boom, you know, that's as far as it goes. But yeah, Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck, there definitely are feelings, but it's not translating, you know, to, okay, there's feelings, I'm going to take this action. There's feelings, I'm going to do this. Those, it's not matching up. You said, I mean, it's true. I got my own stuff going on, and I don't think he knows I have other options too. The rotation is definitely rotating. Yeah, like I don't think he's thinking about it that deeply. Like, I don't think he's thinking like, oh, I might lose her. Oh crap. Like, who's she talking to? Like, I don't think it's that deep for him. Um, I think it's more about, like I said, just like testing your temperature. Where are you at? Like, what's going on with you, just kind of seeing like what transpires between the two of you, because then he'll kind of know like what the boundary is. So however far you guys went, like however, deep the connection went, like he kind of knows, okay, this is the boundary with her, and that's it. So yeah, feelings are there, but it's not translating into anything actionable. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, so that's where he's at. It's very straightforward, very straightforward. It's not deep, it's just it just is what it is. You said, "If he's too slow to action, I might just," honestly, at this point, girl, bye. You've been dealing with him for too long. It's been too long. It's been way too long. You are very, very welcome. Alrighty, next up we have Miss Sarah. You did post that question. I'm sorry. I'm slow. Don't mind me. Okay. You asked, how does Cam the Scorpio truly feel about me? All right. So, how does Cam truly feel about Sarah? How does Cam the Scorpio truly feel about Sarah? Okay, I have I have two cards. I have the Five of Pentacles, but it's coming out with the Two of Cups. Interesting. Let's get one more here. Okay, and the Devil. Okay. Okay, his true scorpionic feelings for you is he feels. Okay, this is deep because it's Scorpio, right? So he feels like you are kind of cold, but that your coldness is, how can I say it? It's like he knows that you don't want to get hurt. He's very, very, very keen on that. Like, he knows you don't want to get hurt. He knows that you, oh my God, how can I say this? Okay. He knows that you want love in your life. Like, no matter what facade you put up or like how you present yourself, like you may have like a hard exterior or like a protective exterior, or you may come off as like, I have it all together or whatever. But he knows that you want a relationship more than anything. You want a relationship. Okay. You want to find your person. You want to be with someone who wants you and only you, right? Someone that chooses you, someone that commits to you, someone that's going to be just as in this and just as committed to this as you are. Because when you are in, you are in. Okay. So he knows that that is your like ultimate goal. All right. Like, you can pretend to be like, "Yeah, no, I don't care." And he's like, "Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I know you do." Okay. But he also feels like you have a lot of responsibility as well. Like, you don't really have the choice to be like carefree, like even if you were like, let's say, for example, you were like posting online like you're like a baddie or and like trying to act like, oh, I don't care, I don't have responsibilities, da 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 da. Like, he would be like, yeah, she does. Like, she's not as, loose or free as, other girls that I encounter, right? Like, even if you have like a nice energy, like he knows you're not like loose. Does that make sense? Like, you're not loose. You're not all out there. You're not throwing it around. Like, you definitely have standards. You definitely have like, you're trying to live a certain type of way. You're trying to be a certain type of person. You're trying to accomplish a certain type of lifestyle. Like, you're like in the box, let's say, if that's like a way I could say it. Like, he knows you're like in the box. So, like, he just knows, like, with you, it's serious. Even if you're trying to have fun with him, it's serious. Even if you're trying to be flirty, romantic, da 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 da, you know, this is serious. So he kind of feels like if he's gonna approach this with you, he has to be serious, right? He has to be serious in order for him to be what you're looking for. He needs to provide you with some type of value. And for you, that value is going to be taking something off your plate. Okay. So that's showing up in a really real, tangible way, right? Like that's really what it means to be with you. You're not going to be able to have like a little, flirty love affair. Like that's not going to work. Like that's not going to really scratch the itch for you. It's like, no, I need someone that's going to be here with me in the trenches, my partner, doing life with me, us going through the stuff, us building the thing, us creating the life. Like, that's what's really gonna tickle your fancy. So that's something that he maybe didn't realize about you when he first met you. So I feel like he maybe presented himself to you in a certain way, thinking that you were like a certain type of way. And then now he's like, well, actually, no, she's actually this type of way. So his approach with you like has to change. However, I feel like it may be a level more than what he was like anticipating or expecting. Like he's like, okay, I get what she needs, but I don't know if I'm giving that. Like I don't know if I'm doing that. Like I can do this, but I don't know if I'm doing that. I feel like he's just a little bit confused. That could be what this Five of Pentacles is, where he's taking a step back to kind of go, what am I investing here? So that to you, you could feel the coldness that I said before. You could be anticipating this or feeling this as well. Like you could maybe feel like he's being cold, he's being distant, he's being weird and unsure where things are going because he may be pulled away, but he's pulled away to figure out like what what is this and can I do this? Okay. Um so yeah, because he knows like you, though you may like, flirt and whatever, kiki with him, like you're actually looking for something like real, and you're serious with the devil here. You're serious. You want someone not just for the romantic stuff, but you want someone for the real, everyday minutia, like someone that's in the weeds with you on the daily. So, it's just serious. The vibe with you is just serious and he doesn't know if he's like on that level. You said he is very observant, introspective, big time even. The way he stares, he's thinking, yep. He said, you're right, 1,000,000%. He told me he's afraid he'll scare me away as well. Interesting, but it doesn't scare me the things he discusses. I am serious. Yeah. Yeah. So he knows you're serious, right? Like, so there's two kind of sides to that. There's one side where it's like, okay, she's serious, so I have to show up in a certain way, but she's serious, so I don't want to lead her on if I'm not serious. So I feel like he's trying to figure out what his level of seriousness is. Mhm. So yeah, he's reading you well. Rhoda, yes, you have members readings, so you can post your question. Aw, thank you so much, Sarah. You are welcome. Good luck. Alrighty, so for Rhoda, is there any love coming for Rhoda? As soon as I said that I have the Three of Wands, yes. I feel like maybe not too far off in the distance, okay? The North Node is going to go into your fifth house here in the summertime. So, that portal, that door is definitely opening, okay? And with the North Node, it could be something karmic, all right? And we're talking about fifth house here. So, this is more love. This is fun. This is dating. This is, excitement. Maybe not necessarily someone that stays forever, but someone that could be very, very significant in your story. Okay. So right now it could feel like, barren, but once the North Node goes there, trust me, I can speak from experience. Someone can come in out of nowhere that just turns your world upside down. So, yeah, Three of Wands says yes. And Empress at the bottom of the deck also says, you could personally be having a glow up, right? Like you could be energetically putting off a different energy than you've been putting off in the past. So as you start this new beginning in your life, you're making more money, you're starting a new career, you're probably going to be investing more in yourself. You might be around different people and different environments. You never know how you're going to be perceived by other people, versus, the past when you were in a different energy. You might not either A, have been in the right environment, or B, may not have been putting off the right energy. So when the North Node goes into your fifth house, you might be putting out a completely different energy. You might be on a different frequency and vibration than you've been on. And that brings somebody in. Right. Exactly. So, you know, again, if you're on the energy of like, I'm closed off, well, then nothing's gonna come. But if you're open, right? You're having new experiences, you're learning new things, your energy might be more open, and that openness draws somebody closer. So, yeah, I would say let's see what happens this summer. Let's see what happens this summer when the North Node goes there, because trust me, you could not be wanting it or expecting it, and then it just comes out of nowhere and it's like a fairy tale. Yeah. So keep your heart open. Keep your heart open. You never know. You never know who's around the corner. You're welcome. Hello, Sarah. Thank you for your donation. That's okay. That is okay. All right, love. Let's look deeper into Mr. Cam. Give me one second here. Okay. Alrighty. So, most important messages for Sarah, please. What does Sarah need to know about Cam? How is he thinking and feeling about her? How does he feel about their connection? What does Cam want Sarah to know? All right, let's cut the deck here. Okay. Alrighty. So his overall energy towards you right now, we've got the Three of Swords. Oh, that kind of goes along with the Five of Pentacles that I was feeling for him just a second ago. It's multiple things. Yeah, it's multiple things for this one. So on one side, he's disappointed. He's disappointed that this isn't what he thought it was going to be. He definitely thought this was going to be different than what it is. Yeah, there's like multiple things here. Yeah, he's disappointed that this isn't what he thought it was going to be, and I feel like in a way he kind of has like emotionally attached to you, which for a Scorpio, that's a big deal, okay? Um he has kind of emotionally attached to you in the sense that with a Scorpio, when a Scorpio attaches, they attach like, okay, finally someone who I can like how can I say it when I say like because I don't want it to come up as, oh, he's emotionally like, in love with me. It's not really that. It's more of like, okay, someone I can latch on to. Like a Scorpio person wants to like latch on. Okay. So, and it's not always healthy, but they just want to be like merged with somebody. Okay. So he's like kind of disappointed that he can't like merge fully into you because you're in a way not fully available. Okay. So there's like the disappointment is I can't get what I want. Okay. That's the thing about Scorpio is you can feel like, oh, they're so, into me and they're texting me constantly and da 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 da. But it's more that a Scorpio person, they just wanna be merged with somebody, right? They just wanna be merged. So he's disappointed he's not gonna get to merge with you in the way that he wanted to, okay? Alright. The way that he is thinking about you. Six of Cups. Yeah, he feels like you're a mom first. The card literally shows a woman nourishing a child and giving a child, like they're like outside of a home and she's giving the child a cup of love. He feels like you're already merged to your kid. Okay, so and I know that sounds crazy, but Scorpios are possessive. They want all of you. Okay, it's like I want all of you, or I want none of you. And maybe not that he didn't know you didn't have a kid, maybe when he met you, but maybe he experiences the seriousness of it, or your level of attachment to the kid, knowing that he probably will be number 2, 3, 4, 5 in your life, right? He's not going to get to be your only one, and that's what Scorpio wants. Scorpio wants to be your one of one. Okay, they want to be your one of one. So he's just not going to get what he wants, and that's what's disappointing. Okay. Okay, the way he feels. Okay, I have two cards that want to come out. I have the Hermit and the Fool. Oh, that's so funny. So, yeah, I feel it's two things. Like, there's one side of him that's like, now he has to sit and process this. So, this is the other side of Scorpio. They don't just let go. Like, a Scorpio person is not just going to let go, even if they logically understand that something cannot work. They can't just let go. Once they've latched in, it's very hard to like latch back out. So now he has to go through the process of psychoanalyzing you and figuring everything out about you, and like, what did I miss? What signs did I not see? All of this stuff. He has to go through and he has to think about everything. Um, so he has to do that process now. But at the same time, with the Fool, he also feels like, okay, whatever. Like, I didn't care that much anyways. And, like, I know that's like that maybe sounds harsh, but it's, like, true because, again, a Scorpio, especially so early, they don't really like you. They just like that they can latch onto you. And so that's, like, the toxic side of Scorpio is they'll be like, "Yeah, whatever. That didn't mean anything anyways," like, even though they literally told you, like, you're the best person I've ever had, and I've never felt this way before, right? They can tell you that the deepest thing and then be like, whatever, who cares? Like, but it's a protective mechanism. It's a way for them to try to like lessen the blow. So I just find that so hilarious that those two cards are coming out because it does affect him, but he's gonna try to act like it doesn't affect him, but it does. It does. But just not in the way that you think, it's just the Scorpio way. It's just how they are. So, anyways, how he feels about the connection. The devil, yeah. See, that's the thing. He's attached to you, not in a healthy way, right? It's not attachment that's like, okay, you know, um, I actually know this person, I've been getting to know them, I genuinely like them, I know enough about them to make a logical decision about them, and I'm attached. No, Scorpio is like, I feel something for you, I'm attached. Or you open up to me, I'm attached. Like, that's like Scorpio. It's like it's attached, it's like reckless attachment. But at the same time, Scorpio needs that attachment to take it seriously at all. Like if Scorpio doesn't attach, then it's just not even anything. So that's why Scorpio, like the moon falls in Scorpio because Scorpio's it's so all or nothing and it's so extreme even before it needs to be that extreme. So that's the thing. Like he kind of got like attached to, let's say, to the idea of you, or um oh, you were responding to him in a certain way or whatever. So it's like that attachment still exists, and you'll see different behaviors from him from this point. And this comes down to like just how healthy of a Scorpio he is. Um, you can see distance from him, okay, a distancing, and that's him trying to unhook himself, okay? Um, or you can see him trying to get you to feel as like bad as he does. Okay? And that's like the more toxic Scorpio is he wants you to be the one holding the bag emotionally. So he may get really, really close again and then ghost you. So you're holding the bag and he's like, "Yeah, I wasn't even caring anyways." And then ghost. Okay? So you just sort of have to watch and observe what happens with him, but the bottom line here is like he's just not going to get what he wants. Like he's not going to get what he really wants, which is like your undivided attention and for him to be your number one. So now he has to reconcile with that. Now has to make, sense of that, make peace with that. And the way he does it is going to show whether he's a healthy Scorpio or whether he's a toxic Scorpio. Okay, the challenge with this, with you and him. Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like he doesn't see a viable pathway forward. He doesn't see a viable pathway forward. He feels like you just maybe come with more than he was bargaining. Because I feel like the person in the card is looking at 5 Pentacles and they have 2. So I feel like you have like a lot of things on your plate. Like maybe you have 5 things on your plate and he's only got 2. And so it's like it's harder to pull you away from the 5 things on your plate and for you to come over to his side. It's harder for that, or you're more entwined, I guess, in the 5 things. And where like his things are like small potatoes, even though, they're important to him, it's like, okay, obviously I'm not as important to you. And I know that sounds like crazy, like, okay, I just met you. Obviously you're not that important to me. But like I said, Scorpio wants to feel like they are very, very important to you. That's just how they want to feel. All right, so let's go a layer deeper here. Clarifying the 3 of Swords and his overall towards you. We have the Emperor. Yeah. He feels like you're very self-sufficient, right? Like you have your own life, you're your own person, you have your own goals, you have your things that you're going after, things you're doing. Man, not that you don't want a relationship, but you kind of have to be a certain person, right? You're not carefree, go with the wind, whatever. I'm flexible. I have time, Yes, I can go away with you for the weekend, no problem. Like you don't have that level of like, whateverness. You do have like a structure and a plan and things you need to do. You need to be a certain way, you need to show up a certain way. Okay. And that's something I feel like he did not see with you. Like he maybe thought you were more like open, available, carefree, looking for someone, wanting to merge with someone, right? Like he just sort of misread the situation. I don't know if you guys met during Mercury retrograde. Maybe that played a factor in it. But yeah, he just kind of misread the situation. And yeah, I have the 9 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. He's kind of like, what did I not see? Right? Because Scorpios are also very careful as well. They're not going to shoot their shot at you if they think they're going to lose, right? When they shoot the shot, they think they're going to win because Scorpio doesn't want to lose because when they lose, it hurts bad. So their Scorpios are always trying to mitigate risk. And he thought well, this is not a risk. He didn't see you as a risk initially. He thought, yeah, this seems to be a sure shot. Come to find out that it's not, right? Come to find out that you're a little bit more complicated and that's like making him feel a type of way. He's like, how did I misread this? How did I get this so wrong? Okay, clarifying the Six of Cups and how he thinks about you. Two of Swords. Yeah, he feels like he needs to make a decision here. So the pullback that you're seeing from him is him deciding like, okay, am I going to stick around or do I need to dig out? So that's what he's trying to figure out. Like, he's like, okay, I kind of know the situation better now. Does this work for me or does it not? You know, does it work for me or does it not? We have the Death card clarifying the Hermit and the Fool and how he feels about you. Yeah, like he feels like he needs to completely change his um heart. How can I say it? Like change his, how can I say it? Like his demeanor towards you, his disposition towards you. So you're going to see him approaching you in a different way, okay? Depending on what he decides is going to determine how he's going to approach you moving forward, but it will definitely change, okay? Like however he's been approaching you before versus what it is, you know, after this, it's going to be different. Okay, I have the Six of Pentacles and how he feels. Yeah, you know, he really feels about the connection rather. He really does feel or did feel like you guys could have like a very nice balanced, you know, connection. Like he feels like you're like a very reasonable person. Um yeah, and he feels like he could like meet your needs emotionally. Like I said, he's very tapped in and very tuned in and very aware of what it is you actually wanted. And he knows or you know, he knows that you really want a connection and that's what he really wants too. Right? He really wants that connection. But the connection with you is not as straightforward as he thought. So that's the thing. That's the thing. It's not as straightforward as he imagined. So, like I said, I don't feel like I was saying before, you're going to see one of two things from him. Either you're going to see him maybe kind of pull away, be a little bit more distant, try to do his detachment process, or you're going to see him being toxic. I don't feel like I don't feel the revenge energy because you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. You didn't do anything wrong and you didn't like play him. Okay. He kind of played himself. So I see him wanting to keep things cool between the two of you. I don't see him wanting to play you, you know, make you feel bad because I feel like you've been nothing but nice to him. You've been nothing but honest with him. You've been nothing but fair with him. He feels like that's your character. He feels like you're a nice person. So I see him wanting to kind of keep the connection with you like clean, if that makes sense. Okay, clarifying the Seven of Pentacles and the challenge. I have the Six of Swords. Yeah. Again, same exact thing. He doesn't see a viable path forward. Okay, he doesn't see a viable path forward. It feels like what this is going to require is either just like with the temperance card at the bottom of the deck, it's like for him to be what you actually need, he is going to have to do a lot of work on himself, which is I just think he just doesn't really want to do that right now. Like it's no like diss to you or anything. It's like he just doesn't really want to do it right now. Or he's just not in a place to do it. He doesn't really have strong conviction, strong motivation to do the work that it would take. Not that, again, not that he doesn't like you or think you're cool or anything, but it's like he's just not in the space to do the work to be the person that like you actually need, okay? So it's like, yeah, he could text you and you guys could flirt and da 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 da, but he's gonna know at the end of the day, this is not gonna move forward. And that kind of overrides it all. That overrides it all for him. So, I think like I said, he's kind of disappointed, not in you, but disappointed like in himself, like, God, I kind of misread this wrong. I sort of let myself, get attached here. And now I see it better and I just see what's expected here. And I just don't think I can be that person. But I'm kind of attached, I'm kind of attached and he's got to like work himself out of that. But I see him wanting to keep things on good terms with you, but I just don't think he really sees like a pathway forward, like a true pathway forward. Alrighty. So I hope that was helpful for you. Good luck. Hello, lovies. Sarah, thank you for your donation. Widow, thank you, Boo. Let me know what these majors are. I'm curious. Oops. All right, so Widow, let me know when you are ready. I'm going to go ahead and read for Sarah. Whoops. Okay, Widow, I got you. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm going to do Widow and then Sarah. Okay. Okay, Widow, go ahead with your question. Okay. Oh my God, Widow, I haven't seen it, but I saw like the memes on Instagram. Dead. So dead. I was like, first of all, Ohio. But no, the memes were unhinged. I was dying. Okay. So you said, I plan on going to the University of North Dakota, cheaper tuition and more recognized engineering school. I did my research further. I'm meeting with them next week. They have good engineering programs. Okay. You said I'm caught between choosing electrical engineering and computer science focus or electrical engineering with aerospace focus or petroleum engineering. Which would have the best ROI for me? Okay. So let's look at the energy of electrical engineering with computer science first. All right. I have the justice card that wanted to come out. He said, I'm going into robotics anyways, and I'm going to minor in that or biomedical. Doesn't matter. I'm working in industrial robotics now. Okay. So for electrical with computer science focus, so far I have the justice card. I also have the 7 of Cups. Interesting. Okay. And I have the Page of Swords. Huh. Alrighty. All right, now let's look at electrical engineering with aerospace. Whoa. Girl, 10 of Cups, King of Cups. Okay, we're already off to a better start. And the Emperor. Okay, 100% electrical engineering with aerospace. Okay. With the electrical engineering with computer science, I feel like this is going to become, it's like too broad. It's not specific enough. I feel you getting to the end of that and then being like, okay, what's next? Like, it can kind of take you in so many different directions. And in a way, yes, it's good to have options, but also no, because I think we're moving into a world where you need to be a specialist. You need to be the best at what you do, and you need to know what your thing is and sell that for yourself. So I feel like you get to the end of that and then it's like, okay, well, what's next? And then Page of Swords, not knowing how to sell yourself, not really being able to communicate your value or your value not being seen or recognized. And then with the Justice card, like, I don't really like the Justice card for this sense, okay, in this particular way that we're talking about it in terms of career, because this feels like you having to bend to the will of other people. Like, I don't see you having control. I see you getting to the end of this, and then it's like, I don't know. I just see you not really being able to take this and run with it and like do anything. Like, you still kind of have to like compromise and like not really get what you want and like kind of like play the game. Like, I just don't really like it that much. I feel like you want to have power and you want to have control. Okay. So, completely opposite energy when we go to electrical engineering with aerospace. I have the 10 of Cups. I mean, say less, right? So, I see you being very happy with this decision. King of Cups, you like feeling like, okay, this is my domain. I really like this. I'm feeling this. And thus, you're giving off good energy. So we have the Emperor coming out, which is like, okay, like, I'm a specialist. I know what I'm doing. I'm very good at this. I'm in control. I see you just being way more in control and then being able to demand what you want more. Like, I don't like the Justice card. These are complete opposites, right? Emperor and Justice are Aries and Libra. In terms of career, I kind of would go a little bit more with Aries than I would go with Libra. Okay. So 100% absolutely do the aerospace focus. Okay, you said, girl, Ohio wasn't even the right place. I was like, is Ohio like on the map? Like, maybe I'm missing something. Like, I don't know. You said we are full of pretty desperate women who are always begging for a man. I'm dead. You said no shade. I live here, so I've seen it all. Wow. You said that makes sense because, girl, I've heard computer science degree has become too broad. Yeah, like, I feel like Like, even as I'm, like, talking to you, I'm like, I don't know what that actually like, I'm not in tech at all, but, like, I don't really know, like, what is computer science, but when you say aerospace, that just, like, makes more sense. I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I know exactly what that means." So, I feel like that makes you a little bit more of a specialist. Like, I'm sure a lot of people have computer science degree, but more less often do I hear aerospace. So, I feel like that's a lot better, and that is the future. Um, you said, "Ooh, you read my mind." Facts. Yes, we're on the same page. Said makes a lot of sense. The program at UND is so much hands-on with aerospace. Yeah, I would definitely I think that's the right move. You said, "Oh, for sure, Aries." Yeah, go Aries. Go Aries on that one. Libra, in this case, I don't know. I prefer Mars. I prefer Mars in this sense. So, yes. Yeah. You said, "Girl, Ohio is a bum of state." City town with nothing but agriculture, new rest. Oh, that's kinda like Florida, a little bit. Everyone is mostly married and women are desperate. Yeah, I guess it's got that Midwest kind of energy to it, right? You said the men are broken mid. Oh no. Thinking they are hot. Ooh, and truly nothing at all. Yeah, I guess it's kind of that Midwest, like, man's in control type of thing, I would imagine in the Midwest. The men are baddies? Really? Okay. Maybe I need to take a trip to Ohio. No, just kidding. But okay. Yeah, I was like, Ohio. But I mean, I guess they made a whole freaking series about it. So I was like, I guess this is something. You said yes, MAGA. And incels are here. We are home of the incels. What? Oh, that isn't in the mid. Oh no. Wait, what? The MAGA men want you to chase them? I didn't know that. I would think I would think they would be more like provider men. No? You said, "Girl, a man can be a bartender working for 7.25 an hour and a band of what? Oh no." You said, "No, the living is too cheap. These men are too comfortable." Oh, okay. I guess that's just like small town. I can see like small town thinking. I can kind of see that. Huh. Interesting. Ohio. They provide the utility bill. The men are so cheap. What? Hold on a second. They pay for your utility bills? What is going on in Ohio? I need to investigate. That is so weird. Oh, so that's the play over there. You make money and buy cheap land. Gotcha. Huh. Like, how much is a plot of land? Like, how cheap are we talking? 1K? What? That's it? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. 1K? Oh my god, I'm about to go buy some land in Ohio. What the heck? Wow. I mean, so I guess that like just the bar for a guy to be doing well is low. So they feel like, you know, even if I'm at this like what would be considered like a low level in like a bigger town, they feel like, well, I'm on a good level here. So they think that they can like demand more. But if you compare to the rest of the country, it's like, you ain't doing nothing really, because 1K for land is insane. Like that is that is so crazy. Like I can't get over that. 3 major cities, Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati. Oh, 3 Cs. Interesting. Never realized that. You can make 70K a year here and be doing well. What the heck? You can make it on 55K? What? Wow. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I guess like just the bar to be doing well is low. So if they feel like they're doing well, then they think, well, I can get, in terms of women, I can get someone and like give them a good life. I mean, if you could buy some land for that cheap and like build a house, yeah, you're gonna feel like a baller for sure. Whereas in other cities, it's like, are you kidding me? That's like poverty line money right there. Like act like for real. Like actually though. Like at the food bank, looking through the trash. Like what on earth? Wow. I said, girl, I was thinking to go into aerospace and electrical because I know I'll get hands-on lab while also have a job security. I can also branch into any industry with my niche. Yeah. So you're gonna move to North Dakota, or you'd be able to do it online and stay in Ohio? So petroleum is good money, but they mostly learn thermodynamics, and I can learn that in aerospace. I can do it online. I knew I used to know someone that worked for BP. Yeah, the money is good. The money is good. Um, he said, I'm too black for North Dakota. I'm from the East Coast. What would I even do out there? I actually knew a guy that was from Toronto, and he went to Nebraska, and girl, he actually really liked it. I also know, like, some people that live in, like, Iowa, which you would think would be, like, crazy, but they actually love it out there. Like, you would be surprised, like, some people really like it in these Midwest towns. When you're in the big cities, it's more diverse than you think. Corn, cows. Yeah, Iowa. Yes, don't sleep on Iowa. I've heard it's actually really good over there and very affordable. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm dead. So when you're finished with the bachelor's, would you be looking to move to another city, or can you get a job in aerospace where you are? I know. Everyone from New York says that. My family from New York hates it down here. They're like, it's too quiet. Ooh, Texas would be fun. Or online to get a global job. Yes. I went to work for Chevron. That's money. And work in resource or oil. That's where the money is, honey. You want to go to Dubai right now? Are you crazy? Oh, I love Qatar. I don't know, girl. Let's see how this thing shakes out. This was the black swan of the year, so we have to see how it goes in the Middle East and abroad because there's definitely going to be aftershocks. Girl, I knew something was going to happen just because the astrology and the numerology. I'm like, surely this is going to be something big. So now we just have to wait and see what the ramifications are. Because personally, I don't see this wrapping up anytime soon. You said someone needs to do the astrology of Agent Or oh, plenty of people do it. There's plenty of people on YouTube who do it. I feel like he was supposed to bring the president change in the US. Yeah. No, 100%. He is an agent of change. 100%. I genuinely do think because he has Pluto, he's actually a Leo rising as well, but he has Pluto on his ascendant. So that's why he's so polarizing. Because anyone with Pluto on their ascendant, either you love them or you hate them. There's no in between. So, he's supposed to be polarizing. He's supposed to, cause death, rebirth, and transformation. Like he's supposed to get to the bottom of things. I think that's why he gets so obsessed with certain things and he wants to fix things and he's like, this is how it has to be. So I think that's why he is the way he is. And I definitely think there's, you know, purpose. So let's see once the South Node, goes over his Pluto, goes into his first house. Let's see how it goes. You said my friend has the same birthday and personality of DT. Yep. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Pluto on your ascendant is absolutely crazy work. I don't think there's anything more crazy to have baked into your birth chart. Like, wow, your life is insane. So I thought having Mars in your ascendant is, I think, can be useful. I mean, Mars is a personal planet, so I think it's a little bit more controllable. Pluto is, that's an outer planet, it's a generational planet. It's a very, powerful planet that you don't have any control over. So in a way, he doesn't really have a ton of control, I feel, over his life. Like his life is his life and what he experiences what he experienced and he has to go through it. So his themes of his life are death, rebirth, and transformation. He's been through all of that. So, yeah, I, from an astrological perspective, I understand him totally and completely. Um, but in terms of this situation, this was the Black Swan event that really is shaping not only this year but the next 9 years of our life. So I just don't think, like he's like, oh, it's gonna be over 3 4 weeks. I'm like, no, absolutely not. There's no way. Hmm. Yeah, so at this point in time it's like you can control the only thing you can control is yourself, and in terms of everything else, it's definitely a wait and see for sure. Of course not. Of course not. The market's so gullible. The market's so gullible. Like the market wants it to be over, but I'm like, you guys, come on, let's be real. Let's think about who we're dealing with here. Yeah, girls, well, make sure you got your money ready to invest because there's going to be opportunities to invest for shizzle. I mean, you can invest now, but I think it's going to get there'll be opportunities very soon. Yeah, or the excursion, as he says. You said, "Yep, I'm getting my money ready." Yep. This is our the opportunity for our generation to get rich. You said, "I know for a fact I'm retiring early." Mhm. Can you make more videos about what to invest in? Like, what do you mean? Like, what exactly do you want me to make the video about? You said there is this cryptocurrency called XRP. People say to invest in that too. I never heard of it. Like investing in stocks, crypto, anything AI, agricultural. Oh, okay, gotcha. I would have to think about that. I probably would post that in the members area. I don't know if I'd throw that on the channel. And I have to think about it because it's kind of individualistic for every person, I would say. Like, I don't think an investment I don't think there's like one investment. I mean, okay, kind of, yeah, like I believe in like the S&P 500 for everyone. I think everyone can just buy VU and like there most people are going to be just fine with that, but I think in terms of like different things, like are you like a stock person, are you a crypto person, or like kind of like what's your eighth house like, what's your eighth house ruler? Like I feel like that's more individualistic. Like I couldn't say like, oh, everybody do this because not everybody is well versed in everything or like has like a natural disposition to everything. I think it investing is individualistic, I would say. You said girl, it's tragic, people getting rich during a poor, yeah. Oh my god, people have gotten so rich over the last couple of years, but yeah, there's always a chance for every generation, and unfortunately, despite everything going on, this is our chance. He said, "Yep, I'm building an investment account and consulting with someone to help me." He said, "I have a lot of retirement money." Yes. Make sure it's in the right investments for sure. He said, "I also want to do electrical engineering because they are all encompassing of computers, electric hardware. You can go any oh yeah. You kidding me? Anything. Anything, anything, anything." And with that, I reckon you can also consult or create your own firm or anything like that. Like, with that information, you could definitely utilize that. You said like electrical engineers can be software engineers. Oh, I didn't know that. But not the other way around. Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, I guess the software engineers wouldn't have like that like mechanical hands-on, they're like more like digital, I guess, or like on the computer, whereas electrical is like all things electrical. So I can see that. You said, yep, you can be a project manager. Exactly. Yeah. Like I feel like there's options. You can work for yourself, you can work for others, you can probably work for the government. You can also build drones and build robots. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely it's the future, right? It's for sure the future. I mean, the future is now, honestly, but yeah, I mean, that's where everything's going. You said, and also since you'll be good at math, I can also go into quant. Yeah, no, I think you're setting yourself up properly. I think you'll be well diversified, but also specific enough to become an expert in something. Like I think you can kind of be as broad as you want or as specific as you want, and you can really find a little niche, and that's where the riches are made, in the niches. So I think I think this is a good move. Exactly, exactly. If you're too broad, it's like, eh. But when you specialize and you're like the best at what you do and you're really, really focused, I think that's where you can charge a premium because you're like, I'm the expert at this. I'm, one of only so many people that knows this, da 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 da. Da," And that's when you can really, really cash in. He said, I work in biotech now, but I can pivot again. And I mean, listen, that's the future. The future is something's working 1 second and now it's not working and you got to be willing to pivot. So I think the more, willing you are to do that and the more options you have, the better you're going to be, like I just don't think this is a time where you can be so like, I have to do this one thing. Like, cause I think that's where people get stuck. It's like you got to be really open-minded right now cuz we're like building the future as it goes. Yeah, that's a fact, girl. It's crazy because the jobs don't let you retire from them now. It's yeah, I mean, everyone has to think about themselves as a individual person, an individual unit. Not that you're necessarily like a 1099 contractor, but you kind of have to think about yourself that way. And I think if you think about yourself as an entrepreneur, even if you're in a company, I think that's where people get better. Instead of getting comfortable and getting stuck and stagnant, that's when these companies want to get rid of you because they're like, bro, like you're not adding value, It's just like any relationship. If you're not like consistently leveling up, it's like, eventually they'll outgrow you. You said especially in tech. I'd imagine in tech, especially because it's always developing. You said, but to be honest, these tech bros ruin the industry with their mediocrity. Girl, I hear you. I hear you. But let's see. I mean, let's see what happens as Pluto continue to go to go through Aquarius, but let's also see what happens as the North Node goes through Aquarius because that's going to get everything, where it needs to be. So there will be progression, but there will also be correction as well. So, to be continued, but I think that you're doing the right thing. He said, girl paying these men 200K to do paper while the women. Oh no. I mean, that's been happening forever though. That's been happening since the beginning of time. And women and POC have to protect themselves. Like you have to protect yourself, and like more women and POCs have to take the risk and have to take the chance and go off on their own and build their own things and stop thinking that, other people know better or things like that. This is a time to take a risk, take a chance. This is the time. You said that's true. I'd be like, a lot of our people don't know these dudes are stealing our IP. That's a fact. We have to build it. Yep. Hmm. I was talking to my friend. This was a long. This is I think this was like COVID time. But he's like, how are we ever going to get rich? How are we going to own things? And I said, well, by not working in the places, but by starting the places. More people have to take a risk because that's what they do. They take a risk, and no risk, no reward. The problem is a lot of women in POCs don't want to take a risk. They want stable, they want secure, they want reliable. And it's like, well, there's nothing is stable, nothing is reliable, really. You don't control anything. So, you've got to take the risk. Like, I don't fault people who take the risk. I was having a conversation with my friend about this the other day, just recently. I was like, I don't dislike rich people. Like, he was kind of going down that road where like, oh, it's, the rich and the poor. And I'm like, if someone takes a risk and takes a chance and they're successful, why should we penalize them? Why should we bring them down in society? Like, that I don't agree with at all. Like, if I take a risk and I'm providing value and I'm helping people and employing people, why should I be penalized for that? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, just because other people don't want to take the risk and they're not doing as much work as me, and they're not providing as much value, why does that make me a bad person? Doesn't that make them a bad person? So, that's just the way that I see it. And I think more people need to start taking a risk, because that's what all these rich people did. They all take crazy risk. They take risk every single day. They take big risks. They have big balls. They've got BDE for sure. So, like, if you want to make big money, you got to take big risk. You said, right, you shouldn't penalize them for that. Not every rich wealthy had to. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's not like they were just handed the money. No, they go through things that people would never want to go through. They risk it all. They sacrifice it all, and that's what it takes, right? Like, if you think about big money in the chart, Scorpio energy, Scorpio is all or nothing. Like, and that's how they are. They're going to give everything. They're going to cut off their arm, or they're going to die trying. Like, they're all in. And that's the way you have to be. If you want to make big money, you have to be all in, mind, body, spirit, soul. They don't doubt, they don't hesitate, they're in, and that's why they make the big money, because they take the risk. They're willing to lose it all. Hi, Sarah, welcome back. um, what else says, I always say we should build something and sell it. Some rich people build businesses and sell them for major profit. Right. After years of loss, they take years and years and years of loss to make profit. You said that's a fact. Scorpios are all or nothing. Yep. Scorpios have billionaire energy because that's what it takes to be a billionaire. You have to be all or nothing. And you have to be very good at reading people. And you have to be very, very good at calculating risk. So, Scorpio, people that have Jupiter in Scorpio, people who have Moon in Scorpio, people who have Scorpio 10th house, like these Scorpio 8th house, these people are the ones that become billionaires. He said, very good with getting huge wealth. Yeah. Because they have the coolness, they know how to be cool and they know when to act. And that's what it takes. So, yeah. So, to that, I say, don't hate the player, hate the game. And if you're not willing to take the heat, get out the kitchen, but don't complain about the heat, like it is what it is. And either you're going to play the game or you're not, or you're going to take the scraps. And that's just what it is. But yes, love. So hopefully that was helpful for you. Sarah, let me pull your questions up. You said they're very strong and tough. Scorpios handle loss and transformation well. Like extremely well. You wonder if they ever feel like giving up. Yeah, of course. They just don't. They just don't. That's the difference. But you are very, very welcome. Okay, here. Okay. Sarah, you said that was a good reading. Well, thank you. Yeah, that sucks, but yeah, just kind of is what it is with him. You said we are at a distance too. Yeah, that complicates things as well. It's too bad we were opening up a lot and getting closer. That's why it's so hard. That's why it's so hard for him, because you guys were opening up and getting closer, and it's hard for him to accept that and move forward. So you said, what can I expect moving forward from Cam? I liked him. That's too bad. All right. Well, let's see. Whoa. All right. So I have the Empress, 10 of Wands, and 4 of Pentacles that pop. These like literally popped out of the deck. So I'm like confident these are your cards. Okay. So I feel like the feelings remain. It's not like he did you dirty. It's not like you did him dirty. It's not like anything bad happens. Like, I think you'll continue to see each other in a good light. You see the value in each other, and you recognize each other for who they are, and it's great. But with the 10 of Wands, it's kind of like, okay, understanding that this is likely not going to result in anything, and then kind of having to make peace with that. And then with the 4 of Pentacles, eventually and slowly just kind of like closing your energy off to each other for the time being. And I think an important place to get to in your dating life is like understanding that you can literally have a connection with everybody. Like you can have an incredible connection with hundreds of guys, but not every guy meets your criteria. And when you do finally meet the guy that meets your criteria, you look back on all the guys that you considered and you understand why it didn't work out with them. Like, oh, you know what? I actually was overlooking that. Or like, I didn't really like that, but I tolerated that because I liked the guy and we had a good connection. And then when you actually meet someone where your circumstances work and that person is in your life and it's making sense and there's no blockages towards progression. It's like, "Oh, this is how it's supposed to be." And I think, like, this is maybe sort of like a pivotal point for you where it's like, "Okay, like, just because I like a guy or just because we have connection doesn't mean this actually works." And leading more with, "Okay, does this person actually meet my criteria?" before you get emotionally attached, because that will prevent you from wasting time with people who, you know, are just never gonna work with, right? Like, it's not to be like, "Oh, this is my situation, like, take it or leave it." It's not to be, like, crazy from the beginning, but kinda going, "Hey, like, this is what I'm looking for. Like, does that sound cool to you? Like, is that," and just seeing what the temperature is, right? If it's like, "Oh, I don't know," well, then you kind of know, right? Like, okay, he didn't really respond too well, or if it's like, "Oh, no, of course, that's exactly what I'm looking for," then it's like, "Okay, like, this is what I can actually invest here. This actually makes sense to get invested." Because I feel like what this situation is trying to teach both of you, because I feel like it's on both sides, is to filter for your non-negotiables first, right? Like, filter for your non-negotiables first, because it's better to be with someone that meets your criteria than to be with someone that you have a connection with, because that connection is going to fade away. Like, you are going to eventually, not that, like, the love goes away, but, like, if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work, right? And it's painful to let that go when you've already invested, but if you know, "Okay, this works," you kind of fall in love with the person because it works. It's like, "I love you because this works." And that becomes, like, the main pillar, and then the other cool things about them, like, "Oh, we have this in common, that in common," becomes, like, the supporting pillars rather than, you know, connecting based upon the supporting pillars, but not having the main foundational pillar, because those supporting pillars will just fall right down if there's nothing for them to connect to. So it's like going into this, like, what are my non-negotiables? And even if I think the guy's cute, or even if I think if he's attractive, or maybe he hits, one of three or one of five, it's much better to know that you're, investing where something can work. So I just see this sort of gradually, fading away. I see this kind of gradually fading out, not because you don't like each other, not because you're not interested in each other, not because you don't think each other are great or whatever, just because it simply does not work. Like, connections have to work. Even if the compatibility is great, like, it has to make sense. So I feel like that's a lesson that, he's learning very heavily with this, and I feel like that's a lesson for you to take away from this as well. Hello, Sierra. Thank you so much. I will add you to the list. Okay, so that's it for this guy. All right, next one is Brandon is someone that's also in my energy. What are his intentions with me? What does Sarah need to know about Brandon? What are Brandon's intentions? Whoopsies, this is wrong. Sorry, guys. Okay. What are Brandon's intentions with Sarah? Ooh. Okay, I have the Two of Pentacles flipped out. Let's see what else. Nine of Wands. Okay, and Two of Cups. Okay. So with him, and I have the Ace of Cups. Ooh, okay. So with him, I feel like he doesn't exactly know where things are heading with you, but I feel like that's just him having a lack of information. Like, I don't think it's um him like not knowing what he wants. It just feels like maybe he just doesn't have enough information with you. He hasn't spent enough time with you. Hasn't emotionally bonded with you enough yet. There just hasn't been enough. I'm like putting my fingers together. There hasn't been enough time to like glue together, I guess, for him to figure out like what he wants. So with him, it can really go either way. Like, it could progress forward, it could not. He just needs more information. With the Nine of Wands here, I feel like it does feel like he's kind of tired of like dating around or playing around. So I do think he is getting to the point where he's more willing to commit than he's been in any recent time. So with the Two of Cups here, I do feel like if he didn't think you had potential to like be something serious, he wouldn't even talk to you. He wouldn't even give you the time of day. So just the fact that he's in your energy field shows that, you are on some level, like maybe superficial. Oh my God, I can't speak. On some level, you're like, checking the boxes, like on kind of like a superficial level, you're checking the boxes. But again, there just still needs to be more interaction, more time to suss things out fully. But I have the Ace of Cups. So there definitely are some feelings there. He sees you as like a viable romantic option. So yeah, I'd say green light, check it out. But remember, make sure you make your non-negotiables, aware, or test them, which I think is better. Kind of test him a little bit to see, are we on the same page, like before getting super invested. Make sure that the things that you need, he can actually do um before you let it go on for too long, right? So it's like, if you know you want to be in a relationship, you have to go in with that energy. And not that you're saying, I want to be in a relationship, not that you're saying that, but through your actions and your energy and what you're willing to partake in and not partake in, he kind of gets the vibe like, hey, I'm not playing games. And does he rise up or does he fall down? He can self eliminate himself, and that saves you a lot of time and energy, you know, and it's very obvious if a guy wants a relationship. It's extremely obvious. He's going to make it known. He's going to follow up with you. He's going to be consistent. He's going to be available. It's obvious, So if he's not making it obvious, then you can kind of test his temperature. And then if you check the temperature and it's cold, well, then you don't keep going back, you just accept, okay, he's cold, move on. And so, you know, I would just make it more known like what you really want. And so maybe you just need to take a second to like think, okay, like what is it that I really want? What is it that I'm really looking for? It's kind of like putting the filter on a little bit and then switching up your marketing so you are putting out the right energy and you're getting the right thing back. But, first impressions of this, yeah, I say it's a green light. Check it out. See what's up. Sierra, you're so funny. You said I agree with this even though it's not my read. Thank you, babes. Alrighty. So hopefully that was helpful for you, Sarah. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Alrighty. So Sierra, thank you so much for your donation. You ask, what can I expect from Alex? Okay. What can Sierra expect from Alex? What is next from Alex? How should Sierra set her expectations? Whoa. Okay, I have the High Priestess, I have the Fool, and I have the Seven of Pentacles. Interesting. You said he's an Aries, there's a newer connection, but I could already smell BS. Yeah, so with him, his overall energy towards you is the High Priestess. So he feels like you are on a whole different level. You're not dating for okay, like some people are out dating because they're looking for companionship or they're looking to get married or they're looking to have kids. He senses that you are looking for like a soulmate, like you're looking for someone that is like your person, your divine match, okay? Like you're looking for something very, very special, and also that he feels like you are very special, right? Like you're coming with a different type of energy that's very unique, that's very rare, that you don't come across very often. He's not feeling like you're just like all the other girls out here. Okay. So you're already coming with like a different type of energy. But the way that he is thinking about this is the Fool. He's coming with that foolish energy. Okay. He's not on that high level consciousness, let's be right to each other, coming with good energy, good karma, with good intentions. He's coming on some nonsense, okay? And that's just where he is as an individual. Like, yes, does he need to mature? Yes, he does. But is he going to? No. Because he just doesn't, it's not necessary right now. He can get away with acting however he wants to act, and there's still going to be girls that will be chasing him. There's still going to be girls who will give him what he wants, right? Like, even though you may have, boundaries, standards, expectations, levels, and that's good for you because it protects you from guys like this. The reality is a lot of these guys, the reason why they get away with this is because there are girls who let them get away with it. So for them, it's more about finding someone who lets them be on some nonsense more than, "Oh, crap, like, I have to level up because if I don't, then everybody I'm not gonna find anybody." No, he's finding people, trust me. Girl, he could be 65, 75, 85, like, look at the president of the United States, like, he's 78, okay? Like, these guys don't change, like, they are who they are. And the thing with him, he is who he is, and he doesn't have to change. That's the thing, he doesn't have to change because he's still gonna get what he wants, and he will go and find it. It's just a matter of time. It's just finding the right one. So, the way he feels with you, we have the 7 of Pentacles, like, with you, it's almost like the musical chairs stops. It's like, he's like, "Ooh," the music stopped or the lights turn on, and he sees, "Okay, with her, I have to do this, I would have to change my life a lot. It's gonna take this." I'm dead. It's gonna take this, and he's like, I don't know about that." So with the 5 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, he might try to play around with you, see if he can, like, get you to lower your standards, see if he can get you to, like, play around with him. But ultimately, I see this kind of going cold, likely from him just, like, losing interest or you just losing interest, and then there just being, like, a long period of time of not talking and maybe not ever re-establishing that communication. You said, "Oh, girl, lives with mom and dad." Girl, goodbye. Goodbye. Like, see you in the next lifetime, okay? Yeah, he ain't coming with anything. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Like, for real. Like, for real. Like, the biggest clown. Like, what is it, bozo? I was gonna say bobo. Is it bobo or bozo? Whatever, either one, both of them. Girl, yes. Yes, it's crazy out here. It's truly crazy. It's truly crazy. You're welcome. Bozo. Thank you.